Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful day here in the Hoosier State, alongside Rachel McLaughlin, track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races to dive in today. We've got 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse dash, much to Martha Clausen's delight. But today, sunny skies here in the Hoosier State, temperature-wise in the mid-50s, so a nice spring-like day. Fast-paced track, and we had no turf racing carded here on the second day of the 2025 season. Getting back to opening day yesterday, Rachel, cheers to our horse players. We were better than 2024, $2.6 million plus wagered on our 9-race program yesterday. We had a couple of premier races. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. But again, we can't thank our horse players enough. 23rd Thoroughbred and quarter horse season under the way, and already the handle's up.
Yeah, it is. We had a wonderful day yesterday. Everyone was here. Even though the weather was not ideal, we had a great turnout. We had a wonderful racing. We had some big long shots. We had some favorites come in. J-Mac jinxed me after I tore through the first 5 races. He just had to, which he was just, being my bro and promoting old girl, but jinxed me. But it was still a good day.
Prince of Pennies did make sense.
Prince of Pennies. So Vic and I were talking about it after the race. Yesterday, he texted me at the end of. He said we gave every horse in that sequence, and definitely didn't have time to mention Bob Gorham's horse, but definitely between me and him, we had him. And then I said, man, I wish I wouldn't have been such a baby and put I think everybody who knows me knows what I really said, and put that horse on top, because I do that with Michelle's horses. I think it's hard to tell whether Michelle, Tiana, some of them are going to be fit at the beginning of the meet. So I kind of took that. I overthought it a little bit. I love the horse. I love Michelle. I should have just put it on top. Would have looked like a dang genius. It was, what, a $16 horse?
By the way, Joe Ramos, past leading jockey here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, started off the season for Randy Klopp. We'll talk more about Randy's Grand Slam of wins on opening day in just a moment. But Mondavi winning the first of the meet, kicking off that popular 50-cent early pick 5. Over $408,000 was wagered in total on the opener here to kick off the meet yesterday. We've got 9 on tap here today. Well, I mentioned sunny skies for the official race day forecast for day 2 of the 2025 meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's go to WRTV studios downtown and check in again today with meteorologist Kyle Mounts. Kyle?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Meteorologist Kyle Mounts here with a check of your forecast. Feeling more like April this afternoon as we've got that warming trend underway. Mostly sunny skies, few high thin clouds moving through with temperatures getting into the lower 60s. Do want to highlight that Friday night we've got the chance for some strong to severe storms already from around Marion County to the northwest. We've got that slight risk of severe weather. It does spell the way to an active weekend with chances for rain.
All right, cheers. Kyle Mounts there at WRTV6 with the official race day forecast, and then some, with no live racing here on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No live racing. Wishing all of you a happy Easter. We'll be dark on Easter Sunday, dark on Monday, and then be back. The next race card after today's 9 will be on Tuesday with that 2:10 p.m. Eastern opener. We mentioned Randy Klopp, 4 wins to kick off the season. Last year's leading trainer, Fernando de la Cruz, also was on fire yesterday here on opening day, and so too Luis Contreras. But let's start talking about Luis Contreras. I mean, Cupid's Runaway loves this track.
Yeah, what a day for him. And great note from Tammy. I meant to interview him before the meet started, but Bugsy, the day that I was here, he had already left. And
Jockey
Jock's agent Bugsy. But yeah, what a day for him. It's his first race here he ever rode in race 2 was a winner, and then he won. So he's 3 for 3 here. What a day for Luis Contreras. And, you know, Jeremy Bugsy did tell me this. He's a graded stakes winning jockey, has more than 2,500 career wins, 2-time Sovereign Awards outstanding jockey recipient, who seemed just such a nice guy when I interviewed him yesterday in Canada. And he's really just obviously, I mean, look at him. Now we're on Covert Kid here. His second win on the card, number 4 for Klopp. And then on to 8, where he had both upsets. No favorites in our premier races yesterday.
Cupid's Runaway by a nose made it 6 straight wins dating back to last season. That was a great ride by Luis Contreras. You saw Covert Kid winning much more cozily. Then we come to this scramble here in the final furlong of race 8 yesterday, the Merrill C. Roberts handicap, and it was a Cotty Flatter. Great job by Luis. He's a veteran jockey. You mentioned, of course, riding up at Woodbine, over 2,500 career wins. And this was a veteran ride. Kept this horse just off the pace. The battle was ensuing between Ace Reporter and the Kid Pataki under Joe Ramos, both handled by Bugsy, by the way. And then Luis Contreras, they were sitting ducks for Cotty Flatter, who just picked them off. Luis went to the left-handed crop, kept that straight path, gets the victory, and it was a grand slam for Randy Klopp.
Yeah, what a wonderful day for him. And then another great day we mentioned, keep an eye yesterday on the Wire to Wire show on Fernando de la Cruz, who has just passed Rodney Prescott for our all-time leading jockey here in Indiana, and a riding triple for him yesterday as well. He started in the 3rd race with Dr. Alex is in for Michelle, which these 2 wins, 2 of his 3 wins were for Michelle, giving Michelle a training double.
Making a house call to the winner's circle. Dr. Alex is in, holding sway. And
you got a bag full of those bad boys.
That gray between horses, that would catch a night train. I know Jimmy McNerney talked about this horse. Did not miss by much. That would have been yet another winner. Got into the exacta for Randy Klopp, who won those 4 races here to kick off the season. Then comes, as we go take a look at another winner by Fernando. You mentioned Michelle Elliott. Congratulations to Michelle. A couple of winners on the opening day card. This was yet another one of the hat trick of wins for Fernando de la Cruz. Prince of Pennies, as I mentioned, no pun intended, made sense, having shown speed here last year at Turfway Park. loves winning here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, or at least running well, showing that speed. Today he stuck it out. Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday stuck it out for sure. And then what are we on here? Race 7. One of my horses in my pick 4 just scratched.
Some of the blue blinkers, by the way. Wimmy over between horses. Want to keep an eye on Mr. Chaos too. In between horses.
Definitely.
Yeah, kind of ran into that roadblock as I mentioned during the call. Switched out.
We're
going to run this race like 5 or 6 times this year. We look at just 5 horses separated by
across,
just under 3 lengths.
Yes, what an amazing finish and an amazing payout there for Bob Gorham's Win Me Over. $37.
That was in the Brian Elmore, by the way. The Hall of Famer is here. You talked to him after the race.
Oh, I love me some Brian Elmore. 4 wins, 4 Klopp, 1, 2, 4, and 8. I thought this was interesting. He only missed the board in 1 race. So all of his horses, every race he was in, he hit the board except 1. What a day for Klopp. Let's hope that he carries that on. He said in the interview, got to keep doing it. You don't want too much momentum there in the very first of the meet, because who knows what could happen. But we'll see if that's the case for Randy here today.
Speaking of 4, as far as a golf term, it's not really a good thing. 4 left, 4 right. You get the hook, you get the slice. 4 wins for Randy Klopp yesterday. Speaking of 4, thanks to the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association, ITOBA, they're sponsoring the $1 late pick 4 here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and figures to prove very popular based on yesterday's results.
Yes, what a wonderful wager. It's now a $1 minimum, reduced takeout 15%, and I'm thinking, from everything I've heard one person complain about it being a $1 minimum. All of my people love it. So yeah, I've got a ticket today. I'm gonna have to switch it up though, because Jerry, who is our new clerk of scales, just text me there's a late scratch in the 7th race of the 4.
Oh, okay.
Need a bit of luck. So yeah, and TVG knew about it before I did, because they text me and said, hey, what do you want to put in there? Let's put the 5.
FanDuel on top of it.
Yeah, FanDuel really on top. They are on top of that. And then today's my Warriors competition.
It's back.
It's back, ladies
Racing
and gentlemen.
Rachel's Warriors back in 2025, always popular on Wednesdays here throughout the course of the season. This is the first one, of course. It's opening week, as we had opening day yesterday with that $2.6 million handle. Racing Rachel's Warriors, all of you Warriors, this contest every Wednesday through November the 12th as we continue on for what is only 122 days left in the season, Racing Rachel.
Oh my gosh, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
122 days?
Where does time go?
How are you going to bring up how many days are left on the second day of the meet?
I'm keeping track. I got it on the calendar.
You are. You're counting down the days until you leave me again.
Oh, you know what? No.
You must be here to play. Did you tell him that?
Take that back.
I know, right?
Okay.
I didn't mean that.
New
You do have to be here though to play my.
On track, yeah.
This is
Dooley's Legends comes up next month, and that's for,
online.
That's for all of you. But speaking for all of you, Road to Champions Day. Always look forward to Indiana Champions Day during the fall, and this is a new contest. So you have a chance. You're talking about, the chance to go to Las Vegas, picking up. Cash prizes during this contest, Road to Champions Day, and that'll kick off less than 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, definitely want to kind of hit this one home as much as possible, because you guys, I have learned that everyone takes a little bit of time to catch on to some of our new contests, but I want you guys to get into this one day one, because it behooves you to do so. There's a lot of new contests this year, but I love the word behooves. For 100 straight days of thoroughbred racing, and it begins on Tuesday, April 29th. Players must go to 123 Gaming, who is going to, since this is such a long and involved contest, they're going to run it, so you do have to have you have to sign up there at roadtochampionsday.com. They'll compete daily. There'll be monthly winners with $500 beginning at the end of May all the way through October, and then the grand prize will be $7 grand.
7K.
7. Mine's 2,000. Everybody's jazzed about that.
7K.
Now it's 7K, Josh. So this one, 6 players, 2 NHC seats, first floor. Contact counter. Go down there. We have the rules printed out. If you have any questions, just hit them up.
Also behooves you never to complain to Racing Rachel. Just keep that in mind as we go throughout the course of the season. May 5th, that's the start for Dooley's Legends on Mondays. Of course, every Wednesday, Racing Rachel's Warriors for all of you on track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Looking forward to the Jockey's Agent contest. That's also going to kick off during the month of May. Wow. And then on Thursdays, Exactamundo back yet again in 2025.
Yes, and do remember we have our Kentucky Derby Day celebration going on, and it's Saturday, May 3rd. J-Mac's going to be here. Call Beth 317-421-8801 to reserve your table. We are going to have a $1,000 Derby hat contest and lots of fun prizes and promotions going on that day. So please join us on Saturday, May 3rd for Kentucky Derby. Rachel's going to be in the paddock room. Eric lets me go down there and work for Churchill that
I'll
day.
be
What
watching.
yeah.
Baeza fans really were taking to social media talking about the fact that Owen Almighty, the Tampa Bay Derby winner,
Yeah.
looks like Brian Lynch is going to go in the Kentucky
Oh,
Derby
really?
with Owen Almighty. So Baeza fans, he's still on the outside looking in, hoping for a Hail Mary pass to get into the Derby.
Did you see Sandman bit KK yesterday? That was hilarious. Yeah, and I love how KK was like, "This is why I talk about them and I don't touch." There's so many horse players that are like, they love betting horses, but don't put them near one. That's for me and Andy Biancone and Gina and stuff like that.
I was hoping it would be Epicenter a few years ago for the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen.
Yeah.
Really rooting for him to maybe get his first Kentucky Derby. The Hall of Famer, all-time winning trainer, in Thoroughbred racing history. So I'll be keeping my eye on the Louisiana Derby winner, or buzz about Sandman, the Arkansas Derby winner, as you might expect. Journalism. It's going to be a great Derby 151. Hope you
Who's
can join
the
us here.
wise guy? Do we have one yet? There usually is during the morning work show. You see who the buzz horse
It's
is.
getting closer and closer. But if you're not going down to Churchill Downs for the big day, hopefully you can join us here at Horseshoe
Yes.
Indianapolis, as Rachel mentioned,
lots of fun.
for a Derby celebration. Delhi Racing Forum. Cheers to America's Turf Authority. They're a big part of racing here this season in 2025 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A lot of exciting new handicapping tools becoming your way for our Indiana betting fans. We've got those popular 50-cent pick fives. We mentioned the $1 pick fours here, late pick four presented by iToba here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But as we go forward through this meet, especially as we get to the May, really into the heart of the spring racing here in Indiana, and of course at Churchill Downs. We're going to have new graphics, a lot of new handicapping information, and AI Andy will be making an appearance here. Alan, who's Andy?
I don't know.
Andy Beyer, that's why. Andy
Yeah.
Beyer. Because I know Rachel loves her Beyer figures
I do.
that you use daily.
I'm very excited to. We're still tweaking Alan.
Tweaking.
We are going to
We're tweaking.
fixing Alan up. But today I am going to play with some of our new DRF graphics.
Yeah.
They're really, really nice. Makes it a lot easier for people who maybe aren't the hardcore bettor that want a little bit of information.
I liked it
So-
yesterday.
Yeah, it was good. I'm going to we're going to put it together. We're, slow and steady wins the race.
This year, the
Like
DRF.
Eric said today, we've got 120 some days. We'll figure it'll all work out.
Again, the complaint window closed because it is opening weekend and we're all getting settled in. DRF Indiana Oaks also looking
don't
forward to
complain,
that.
I'll
Cheers
mute
to
you.
the Daily Racing Forum sponsoring the Indiana
Just
Oaks.
kidding.
That grade 3 of 2025 on the big day of the season here. Of course, the Indiana Derby and Indiana Oaks Day. Last year's winner for Juddmonte and Brad Cox under jockey for the Roland Giroux. It was Dragoon
Yeah.
Guard, the Goon.
Ricky
winning
already said,
yesterday's
I
Indiana
hope I
Derby.
can defend my title, he said today.
And how
Or
about, by the way,
other day.
Florent Giroux winning this
Flo.
year's Dubai World Cup on Hit Show, who won the 2025 Louisiana Stakes down at the fairgrounds. So I was
Yeah.
happy about that.
I bet you were.
It was even better when I hit the exact Frankie Dettori ran
You
second,
did?
so-
You hit the exact
Oh,
one?
yeah, that was good.
Nice.
Thanks to our sponsors. We need to talk about that right now. Brown Foreman, Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales. They sponsor the Winner's Circle here. They did last year too, so great to have them back with us in the sponsorship ranks. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them, Murphy Trailer Sales, at 765-361-8803. We mentioned the Daily Racing Forum, big part of us here in Indiana this season, including the DRF Indiana Oaks. Also, cheers to B&H Electric, our tote board sponsor. They've got locations throughout the Hoosier State. And Hubler Ford, you mentioned yesterday, I'm checking out those cool Fords right
Look
there.
at
Then-
that's what
then
I'm
they
talking
are
about.
on the apron.
There you go, Aaron. We don't
Yeah.
need a new ad. Just do that and put a big lower third, Hubler Ford. I'm moving those this weekend. I'm going to face them a little bit.
Let's race them.
We can't. You know what? I moved them
Eric
with
would-
Tim. They smell like brand new car, and I love
wait,
that smell.
I've been told Eric just jumped out of his chair and is heading down to
Yeah.
the second floor as we speak after we mentioned that. If you'd like to mention us on social media, certainly feel free. Who's your Derby pick? It's early, but
yeah, let us
still
know.
leaning-
Who you liking?
Yeah, toward the Louisiana Derby, so I'm heading that way, but you can reach out to me at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel on X at Racing Rachel M, and also on Instagram. Martha Clausen, our quarter horse racing expert. Congratulations. Who's your eye candy winning that first quarter horse maiden dash of the season yesterday? That was under Eduardo Luna Diaz for Tim Eggleston. Tim Eggleston is already the leading trainer so far this meet with the quarter horses. Quarter horse racing expert Martha Clausen will be along later today, just past the 6 o'clock hour, taking a look at the finale. And there he is, Brian Aragoni at Mr. B Analyst, getting set to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5
Baby
today.
B.
That is the plan. Half hour away from the first of the day. Beautiful one here. Sunny skies, as Kyle Mounts mentioned, from WRTV 6 in the 50s. All main track card with the main track label fast. So until next time for us here at the track, quick commercial break, and then back with Brian Aragoni for Racing Rachel. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying, we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Cheers to Dusty, too.
Cheers to Dusty, our new cameraman.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Day two of the meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A beautiful Wednesday, 28 minutes away from the opener on a fast main track. And I thought today's card equally challenging to yesterday's. Now, our early pick 5 yesterday brought back just under $200. And then our late pick 5, despite 4 reasonably priced horses, you had a $10 winner, but then one long shot. And it was a blanket finish that day. All of a sudden, that late pick 5 returns $6,300. I think it could be much of the same today. Looks like plenty of vulnerable favorites or beatable favorites versus necessarily vulnerable. My big stand in the opening race today was to really just try and beat the 8-5 morning line favorite Inostinate. Now, post-game is currently favored at this time. Even money Marcelino Pedroza Jr. is Peter Urton, winning at 21% around the nation, takes over this gelded son of Nyquist, getting Lasix for the first time. There's no doubt about it. The 1 is strictly the horse to beat. For me, the 2 is the horse to try and play against. And then the 5 and 8 as well are horses that may be overlooked in here. Gennaro Garcia, anytime he brings in horses with Southwest Racing stables, regardless of how they had a finish, they may have run up the track over in Hot Springs or had a poor result at Turfway. When they come to Horseshoe Indianapolis, more often than not, they are live, and I'm hopeful that's the case for number 5, along with number 8 in Galpin Sunday, Samuel Bermudez and Aaron West. I do expect them to have a big meet. This is a horse who really hasn't been offered in for a tag at any point and is now running again protected. $100,000 claiming race at Churchill Downs. Got bet down that day. Went off below 3-1 on debut at Churchill Downs, and then went over to Mahoney in a maiden special weight and was again favored running second. Has shown speed but hasn't shown finish. 7-1 a value player in here. 1, 5, and 8 with a strong opinion, trying to beat the deuce in the opener 25 minutes away. We kick off that $1 pick 4, 15% takeout in race number 2. There wasn't much of a gap gap. In fact, really not much of a gap at all in both the early and the late. The early pick 5 paid $187. I think that pick 4 was right around $140 or so. And I think that could be a trend continuing throughout the meet here, that the pick 4s, that significant gap between the pick 5 and the allure of betting a little and winning a lot, can now be seen in the pick 4 as well with that $1 minimum. I think our pick 4s are going to be a lot closer to the pick 5 payouts going forward. Non-winners of 2, going 6 furlongs in here, all bred in the great state of Indiana. 2, 3, and 4, nothing, no real strong opinions, just a race to get through, not trying to get too cute in here. I do think Cinco de Oros is a horse that has been trending in the right direction, never ran for a tag last year in 2024, made in special weight throughout, and then wasn't seen since June. So it's been some time since Cinco de Oros has made it to the racetrack and comes back for a tag. That's concerning for me. Anytime a horse has been running at the allowance ranks, comes in off of a long layoff for a tag, a little bit cautious early on Cinco de Oros. So we'll go 2, 3, and 4 in race number 2, kicking off that pick 4. Race number 3, 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. And you've got 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the state of Indiana, 5.5 furlongs, no scratches, no changes. I think Here Kitty Kitty is a horse to take a look at. 6-1 morning line, Bob Gorham, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. I'm assured that the pace is going to be hot from Holiday Lights. 8-5 morning line on Holiday Lights. I always recommend and encourage those to take a look at the trainer's other horse. Number 2, Holiday Lights, the stablemate, is going to assure that there is a hot pace up front. Here, Kitty Kitty may be the beneficiary, the shortest way around the racetrack, drawn to the inside. And if the speed does fall apart, your 6-1 morning line horse could get first run, but the kitten, along with Jay's Naughty Kitten, a couple of kittens, deserve a look. Fernando de la Cruz, he got his meet started off in an excellent fashion yesterday with a handful of wins, as did Joe Davis, winning at 33% early on in this meet. And the 4-year-old filly by Charming Kitten is 2 wins from 13 starts, and her wins have been at this level with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. And I think 20-1 is simply way too high for any horses that are coming in off of layoffs. Could be the fresh face in here. You've got a high percentage trainer with a high percentage rider at 20-1 in a small field. That is how you find a separator in the third race, 1, 4, and 5. Race number 4, Fairness and Wagering. If I do play 2 tickets, I may be singling Holiday House. However, I was just a little bit uneasy with a horse who's only won 4 times from 41 starts. No doubt about it that most of those starts have come against much tougher competition. Gennaro Garcia, Manny Esquivel, that jockey trainer combination simply commands respect, winning at 26%. Holiday House is strictly the horse to beat, and maybe even the horse to bet as well, depending on how it plays out. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If I play 2 tickets, I'm likely to single the 3 as well. But in here, for all intents and purposes, we'll be trying to beat the 3 in race number 4. The 5th race, you will find our single in this spot, and it's 12-1 morning line on Imminent Forecast. This is a key race for me today because it includes not only the early pick 5, the late pick 5, but it also includes the early pick 4 and the late pick 4. And so when I stop to think about it, with all that on the line, not many people are going to want to go light. They're going to want to spread because they don't want to see 4 to 6 to 10, however many tickets you play it, however many times you punch it. They don't want to get this race wrong because if you do, you're going to be significantly hindered and you're going to see a lot of your bankroll go up in flames. But why not single in a key race? Everyone else is going to spread. We're going to try and get through using a 12-1 morning line shot. Imminent Forecast. Deshaun Parker, a veteran rider, has been aboard this 3-year-old chestnut by Skylord throughout. And that tells me something. When a veteran rider gets beat by almost 40 lengths on debut and he comes back again, this horse has shown some talent in the morning. In fact, on debut, got beat by 40 lengths, came back and ran second, and then they bit off a little bit more than they can chew in the $100,000 Crown Ambassador Stakes, came back and ran second again. horses develop between 2 and 3. That's oftentimes when they can really jump up and show some promise. I trust that this horse has shown promise in the morning, in the past, and now gets Lasix for the first time with KG rider Deshaun Parker aboard. A 12-1 bold but potentially stupid single, as we are now just 21 minutes away from the opener here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. However you play it, I wish you the best of luck.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twinspires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twinspires. And now you can race to victory with Twinspires tournaments.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Holding out from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us on this second day of the racing meet. Under sunny skies, temperatures in the 50s. All main track hard, main track fast. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 9 races carded. Opening maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. At the top of the card, scratch number 3, Atomic Snow. Number 3, Atomic Snow has been scratched. The 5, Woodaz, first time gelding. Reported as a first time gelding. Number 5, Woodaz, in the maiden sprint opener. Race 2 starts the $1 early pick 4, and in the sprint, there are no scratches. Number 2, Slink, a jockey change to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Waive the apprentice allowance, make the corrected weight 122 pounds. A 3-time leading jockey here. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. rides the 2, Slink. Number 5, Justice, one more time, a jockey change to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica will ride number 5, Justice, one more time. To the third race we go, no scratches. And in the next sprint, number 2, Holiday Lights, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Won the season opener. Joe Ramos here on 2, Holiday Lights in race 3. In the fourth race, starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. No changes in the fourth, due at 3:43. In the fifth race, maiden sprint to start the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. In race 5, number 9, Concho's Prayer has been scratched. Take out number 13, What Now, Daddy? And scratch the 14, Henri. Scratch the 9, 13, and number 14. Race 5 starts to the $1 late pick 4, presented by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association. In the sixth race, scratch the 6, Healing Waters. Number 6, Healing Waters, has been scratched. In the seventh race, scratch number 3, La Lily. Number 4, Need a Bit of Luck. Take out the 13, Chemical Reaction. 14, Anything for Love. Scratch numbers 3, 4, 13, and number 14 from the maiden sprint. Race 8. Here scratch the also eligibles. 13, Insta Kiss. 14, Collected Bond. The 15, Renoir. And the 16, Crystal Frost. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through number 16 from the maiden. Race 9, closing the card here with a quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Fast Track Tailwind. Number 4, Celtic Cartel, 5 pounds over. Number 8, The Red Eagle Creek, 5 over. Number 9, Play Fair, Blinkers On. Blinkers On, number 9, Play Fair. Scratch the also eligibles, 11, Mr. Birdman, 12, John Wayne B, 13, Favorite Sandbaggin, and 14, Jess Feisty. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through number 14 from the quarter horse maiden finale. So 9 races on tap on this opening week. After opening day here yesterday, another 9 race card. Today under sunny skies through the 50s and a fast main track. We'll have the maiden sprint opener due off in 11 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called postword for the first of the day. Starting the card with a maiden 3-year-old sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a fill of 7. Number 3, Atomic Snow, has been scratched. Scratch number 3, Atomic Snow. Number 5, Woodaz, races as a reported first-time gelding. 5, Woodaz. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Start to rolling doubles, pick 3s. Here are the starts of the 50-cent early pick 5. All main track card, main track fast. Parading with 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to the maiden sprint. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off fast track. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Post game, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Peter Urton. Twice started at Del Mar. Post game, even money first favorite. Felix Ostudio with Rudaz. Now Joe Ramos with Nastinate. Orlando Mejica, Tap Him Out. Manny Esquivel, Eerie Song debuts. Deshaun Parker with Ground Shaker. Now Eerie Song. Post game, even money the first favorite at 5.5 furlongs. So one more. Simmer Bermudez and twice started Galpin Sunday. Main track fast under sunny skies on opening week. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the newcomer Eerie Song was slow to go, drifted back to last. Fast start for Tap Him Out, quickly engaged toward the inside by Wudaz in the red cap, and Wudaz is forcing the issue as Tap Him Out just leads here for Orlando Mejica. For the dash past the half-mile pole, and Galpin Sunday gets position running in third. Off the duel up front, just over 3 furlongs to go. Then comes post-game running in fourth. Nastinate is in fifth. As they round the far turn, Ground Shaker running second to last, and after breaking slow, Eerie Song has been beaten for pace and trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter blasted past in 21.93 seconds, and here's Galpin Sunday for Simmer Bermudez up to take the lead. Wudaz tries to kick on. Tap Him Out, led early but has dropped back. Nastinate on the far outside as these maiden 3 rolls straight in for home, and it's Galpin Sunday. 1 furlong to go. Wudaz toward the inside tries to respond as they come down toward the final 16th with the rail post-game third running on. Then between horses Ground Shaker and Nastinate. But they're close to home. It's Galpin Sunday. Galpin Sunday today by nearly 2. Wudaz was the runner-up. Post-game third and Ground Shaker finished fourth. .104.47 seconds after the maiden 3-year-old sprint. 104.47. 8.514. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order after race 1. Number 8, Galpin Sunday at 5-1 first. Number 5, Wudaz, 13-1 second. 1 post game at 3-5. The first favorite third in the maiden. 4, Ground Shaker at 7-1 fourth. Hold all bets until official. Sammy Bermudez getting on the meet score sheet. Here for Aaron West. ACG Thoroughbreds, Charlie Allen. It's Galpin Sunday on Wednesday. The result of the first race now official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 8, Galpin Sunday, with Timmy Bermudez. Galpin Sunday is a 3-year-old bay gelding, bred in Kentucky by American Pharaoh. Out of the Malibu Moon Mare Monthly. Aaron West trains for Charlie Allen's ACG Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Galpin Sunday out to the maiden ranks. First results in, 8-5 Exacta returned $159.60. The 50-cent trifecta, 8-5-1, $90.65. Ground Shaker ran fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 8-5-1-4, paid $98.36. In the maiden opener, the 3 was a non-runner, favorite third. 7 ran, fast track 104.47. Second race sprint, no scratches. To Slink, the jockey Marcelino Pedroso Jr. Waived the apprentice allowance, corrected weight 122. Marcelino Pedroso Jr. rides to Slink. 5 Justice one more time. A change to jockey to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica on 5. Justice one more time. Race 2 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts with a dollar pick 4. Post time will be in 21 minutes. Now due at 2:42 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Galpin Sunday. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the newcomer Erie Song was slow to go, drifted back to last. Fast start for Tap 'em Out, quickly engaged toward the inside by Woodaz in the red cap, and Woodaz is forcing the issue as Tap 'em Out just leads here for Orlando Mojica. For the dash past the half-mile pole, and Galpin Sunday gets position running in third. Off the duel up front, just over 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Postgame running in fourth. Nastinate is in fifth. As they round the far turn, Ground Shaker running second to last, and after breaking slow, Erie Song has been beaten for pace and trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter blasted past in 21.93 seconds, and here's Galpin Sunday for Simmer Bermudez up to take the lead. Woodaz tries to kick on. Tap him out, led early but has dropped back. Nastinate on the front side as these maiden 3 rolls straight in for home, and it's Galpin Sunday. 1 furlong to go. Woodaz toward the inside tries to respond as they come down toward the final 16th with the rail post-game third running on. Then between horses Ground Shaker and Nastinate. But they're close to home. It's Galpin Sunday. Galpin Sunday today by nearly 2. Woodaz was the runner-up. Post-game third and Ground Shaker finished fourth.
Chalk nowhere to be found in the opener on a Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Happy hump day to you and yours truly. $1 pick 4 does kick off right here. We had a good exacta and trifecta payout in that early race with 3 to 5 favorite finishing third, 5-1 over 13-1. Some generous exacta and trifecta payouts were there to be had in the opener, and I think it could be the case again. You don't always need the biggest field to necessarily find some value or find some decent prices. Now, in this race, you did have Slink at 5-2 morning line, but the lion's share of the money, at least at this point, has come in on Barkabilly, who's 6-1 morning line, currently on the board at 8-5. Now, I dove into it when I saw the early money. Oftentimes, both the early money and the late money is the smart money, but Barkabilly appears to just have 500 win, place, and show in each of the pools because he's not really played. In fact, he's one of the biggest daily double payouts on the pools. So DRF projections have him as high as 9-1 right now, and I think that he's certainly going to drift up. There's no indication that he's going to stay around 8-5 because I much prefer this Bob Pompel trainee closer to that morning line of 6-1 versus 8-5. But Rodney Prescott, welcome him back aboard. Certainly a guy who's racked up plenty of victories in his career. And Barkabilly went out a winner last year, August 26. Didn't make it to the races September, October, or November, but did get the maiden breaking score in his 9th start at the maiden 15 level. Comes in for a tag today at 15. But Horseshoe, ran in some big races, maiden special weight, ran on Indiana Derby Day in a maiden special weight as well. Certainly picked up some pieces at the allowance ranks, but the claiming ranks is likely where he wants to face his friends, and he will get a chance to do so today. We will find out if he's cranked and ready to go. I do like those 3-5 furlong, very slow workouts with Rodney Prescott being aboard as he was on the maiden breaking score. Barkabilly 8-5, hopefully somewhere around 6-1 when it's all said and done. But Neon Leon, the 4-year-old for Tiana Richardville, might have something to say about that. 1 for 12 with 3 second-place finishes. Does have a little bit more recency. Got some work in this winter over at Turfway Park, and speed is his game, and that's where you've wanted to be early on this week. You want to be on the lead. You want to sit at least a little bit close, and Neon Leon can take them a long ways in here, and Joe Ramos can certainly guide home and carry home a horse that final eighth of a mile. He can be tough to pass, but he did face Slink 3 back at Turfway, albeit going 6.5 furlongs, and needs to make up that 6 lengths today. But you're going to get what could be better value, but those projections have Neon Leon actually going off favored right now at 9-5, 3-1 on the board. As Slink down in post position number 2 is a little bit chilly right now. 5-2 morning line, 5-1 on the board. Marcelino Pedroza teaming up with the short gang in here. They own, train, and bred the son of El Nawi, who's 1 for 15. That lone win did come back in 2024. And another with some recency over at Turfway Park running this winter. Not sure it's necessarily his preferred surface. The win did come on a fast main track. He ran second in one of the races over there. Non-winners of 2, 5 was the claiming price that day. But Marcelino Pedroza Jr. In the saddle, 5-1 on the board on a big overlay price. A horse who is familiar with this racetrack, did get the maiden breaking score here, likes to have some pace to chase, and I'm just not all that confident that there is a ton of pace aside from Neon Leon. But you are getting an overlay price and an interesting betting race. Only 6 of them will go to the gate, but right now the bettor's having a difficult time honing in on a favorite. There's early money on Barkabilly, but will the early money be the smart money? We will find out 6 minutes from now.
Stepping onto the track now for the second race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. No scratches in the sprint, a couple of jockey changes. To Slink, the rider Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Waive the apprentice allowance, corrected weight 122. There's Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 2 Slink. Number 5, Justice One More Time. A change of rider to Orlando Mojica. Orlando Mojica rides 5, Justice One More Time. Race 2 with Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. $1 early pick 4 start. Fast track. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts the $1 early pick 4. Fast track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kuick. Deshaun Parker, Cinco de Oros, making his 4-year-old seasonal bow first in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Slink. Slink has joined Cinco de Oros. Rodney Prescott with Barkabilly. Joe Ramos, Neon Leon, like Rocketing, both here in the sprint for Tiana Richardville, a couple of them back. Orlando Mejica with Justice One More Time. At 6 furlongs, so stand by. One more, Evan Roman with Rocketing. 5-time started here last season. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a fast start for Neon Leon. Right there is Barkabilly toward the inside, making his 4-year-old seasonal bow. Cinco de Oros in the green cap. And then comes Rocketing on the far outside in between horses. Justice One More Time, and Slink trails the sextet as they make their way through the first furlong and a half, being led by Neon Leon. So Joe Ramos. Neon Leon is the pilot, with Barkabilly second at the inside by 3/4 length. Rocketing is running a close third. Then between horses, Justice One More Time. Cinco de Oros with the rail held up, and Slink remains last. The opening quarter, 23.06 seconds with 3 furlongs to go. They're still aiming for Neon Leon. So Neon Leon leads nicely toward the quarter pole from Rocketing, as Slink is now on the move from out of last position, and here's Slink coming with a bid. Then to the inside is Barkabilly, who strains away in fourth. Justice One More Time, and finally Cinco de Oros. Heads are turned for home. The half mile in 46.82 seconds with the rail for Joe Ramos. It's Neon Leon getting those left-handers, as Rocketing is just lugging in for Evan Roman, but here's Rocketing trying to get up on even terms with Neon Leon. Neon Leon clings on. On the outside is Rocketing. And then Justice One More Time into third. It's on the bob. Rocketing and Neon Leon. Photo finish. Justice One More Time third. Barkabilly back and forth. One 12.12 after the sprint. 1 minute 12.12 seconds. Photograph. Hold all tickets, please. Six, 4, 5, 3, the posted order after race 2, 6. Rocketing at 7-1 gets the narrow margin of victory over 4. Neon Leon just missed. 1-2 favorite, the runner-up. 6-4, number 5. Justice One More Time at 23-1 odds third. And at 14-1, 3, Barkabilly gets into the superfecta. 6-4, 5-3. Welcome back, Evan Roma. Day 2 of this 123-day race meet at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Opening week, it's gone to Rocketing for Tiana Richardville. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 6, Rocketing. Evan Roman's win. Rocketing is a 4-year-old. Gray Roan gelding. Bred in Indiana by Unbridled Express. Out of the City Weekend mare, Rockin' City Weekend. For Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Rocketing. Race 2 official. Results in after race 2. 6-4 exacta. After the win photograph, $27 even. 50-cent trifecta, 6-4-5, paid $33.35. 8 and 6, the opening double. Combining Galpin Sunday with Rocketing after the sprints, 109.20. With Barkabilly fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 6-4-5-3, paid $22.78. All 6 ran 112.12 after the running of race 2. 23 minutes away, race 3 next. In the sprint, no scratches. Number 2, Holiday Lights, the jockey Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 2 Holiday Lights. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time 3:14. Around the gate. And they're off. And a fast start for Neon Leon. Right there is Barkabilly toward the inside, making his 4-year-old seasonal bow. Cinco de Oros in the green cap. And then comes Rocketing on the far outside in between horses. Justice one more time, and Slink trails the sextet as they make their way through the first furlong and a half, being led by Neon Leon. So Joe Ramos. Neon Leon is the pilot, with Barkabilly second at the inside by 3/4 length. Rocketing is running a close third. The between horses, Justice one more time. Cinco de Oros with the rail held up, and Slink remains last. The opening quarter, 23.06 seconds with 3 furlongs to go. They're still aiming for Neon Leon. So Neon Leon now leads nicely toward the quarter pole from Rocketing as Slink is now on the move from out of last position, and here's Slink coming with a bid. Then to the inside is Barkabilly, who strains away in fourth. Justice one more time, and finally Cinco de Oros. Heads are turned for home. The half mile in 46.82 seconds. With the rail for Joe Ramos, it's Neon Leon getting those left-handers, as Rocketing is just lugging in for Evan Roman, but here's Rocketing trying to get up on even terms with Neon Leon. Neon Leon clings on. On the outside is Rocketing. And then Justice one more time into third. It's on the bob. Rocketing and Neon Leon. Photo finish. Justice one more time third. We're in the gate. And they're off. And a fast start for Neon Leon.
Okay, Ray. Tell us about the new gate. Well, it's refurbished, right? You did
100% refurbished.
Yes, and you did. So it's like brand new. Specifically, tell us some of the cool things that you specifically asked to be put on the gate this year.
The new things that we did with it was these front bars used to be 1-inch square tube and hollow. We went to the round bars. It's safer for the horse. And an issue with seeing is why I had them painted in the white. We got all new pads on it. Eventually, we're gonna have the LED lights up top. So like,
on the numbers,
and there's gonna
like-
be advertisement going around. So
I
like
can help you there.
if a horse gets scratched, what we do is we don't have to put somebody up there to change the numbers. We just do it off a keypad.
Nice.
But
That'll
this
save
gate,
the better some time, won't it?
yeah, and this gate is completely redone. All new pads, new tires, new hubs. Everything has been completely redone, all rewired. We got new video cameras for inside the gate. We got the new sound system in there so you can hear the horses in there and the gate hands in there and the riders.
Fancy.
Eric and Caesars did a good job by purchasing the gate and got it painted our colors for everything to match. Like I said, the big plus is round bars and the white painted on it. And eventually,
Yeah, if you don't know horse, some bettors don't realize this is going to be big because they can see this a lot better.
It
It
helps
doesn't
them-
blend into the track, right?
right, it helps them see better and it helps me see better because you got horses in their bay horses, it's hard to see, especially at nighttime. It ain't 100% better, but it's a whole lot better than just being all one darker color.
"11 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I'm just trying to hit the board, guys. Like yesterday, it was like 4 or 5 in a row. Can I just get one to hit the board? I got a shout out though, my girl Tiana, second day of the meet, rocketing. Evan Roman rides really well for her, $16 winner. A couple of long shots here to start the day. Sammy and Aaron West hit one, first time gelding angle, and that was $13.80. So nice double if you had it. I did not. Let's switch that up here. The third race, we got the one is 9-5 favorite, and this is a filly mare 3-year-old up claiming for $15,000. These are Indiana sired, 5.5 furlongs on the dirt. And I went with the 2 here, 7-2 on the tote board right now, Holiday Lights. Ramos is a jockey change, so if you haven't noted that, missed that one, Joe Ramos will ride here for Bob Gorham, and Bob with a huge $37 horse yesterday in one of our premier races. So be sure to watch him. It was in last season. I think it was the season before. I mean, he got off to a tear at the beginning of the meet. We'll see if that's going to happen this year. But this is one of the horses in here. There are a few that have a 2025 starts. But this horse definitely has recent form. Now, that is in the claiming for 5 condition. We're moving up, obviously, here. But that was at Mahoning. I'm going back to the Indiana form on July 9th. Broke the maiden here in a maiden claiming for 15. Now, that was a maiden. We're in a straight claimer, but has, I think, had some learning experience here in these recent races. A second, third, first, third, so not worse than third over there. I like that a lot. I think this horse has some talent and hasn't shown enough of it here in Indiana. Then I'm going to go to the 1. This one's had 5 months off, so not some early speed, but did flash some speed in recent races. Tried an allowance at the end of the meet, ended up in even 4th. Before that, a nice win at the class level of claiming for 15. Routing, though, going 2 turns. Maybe need one, get a little fit, but definitely fits in the claiming for 15 because those 2 recent first and second place finishes were at the class. However, like I said, it was routing. This distance, though, one of 2 wins has been at 5.5. And then I'm going to round it out with what I thought was going to be a long shot. 7-2 on the board. The 5, Jay's Naughty Kitten. Fernando De La Cruz with 3 wins on the card yesterday. Joe Davis had a win as well on the opener in the 5th race. So good connections here. A 4-year-old filly who's making her 14th lifetime start. She's had a couple of wins. The last 3 or 4 races, I'm really not sure what to say about that. There wasn't a whole lot of trouble. Now, in those races, those are really nice horses that all came back to win. All horses that were winning right after this race. So in true form. Now, if you go back to the beginning of the meet, there were 4 in a row that she just really got the trip she wanted. I think she was near the front, which I think is what she wants. Because if you look at those 4 that were not as nice finishes, she was pretty far back. If she can get to the lead, I think she's going to kind of hold on to it. So she's kind of the pace here. I hope that she can set it. I think she'll have a good race, but I put Jay's Naughty Kitten in there for my try. So I've got 2, 1, 5 Holiday Lights for me on top here in the 3rd. We're just 8 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. No scratches. 2 Holiday Lights, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. On 2 Holiday Lights, Joe Ramos rides the number 2 here on parade. Race 3 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double the start of another 50-cent rolling pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this Phillies Mare Sprint, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Here Kitty Kitty. Joe Ramos with Holiday Lights. Like Here Kitty Kitty, both for Bob Gorham. Holiday Lights. Join Here Kitty Kitty. Santo Sandro with My Gal Justice. Manny Esquivel, Dick Kitten coming up. Holiday Lights 4-5 favorite. Just a couple of back. Fernando de la Cruz with James Naughty Kitten drew 5. 10-1 James Naughty Kitten. 4-5 Holiday Lights. One more. Goody Four Shoes, Yarmarie Correa for Tiana Richardville going for a double. Galpin Sunday and rocketing our first two winners. They're in the gate. They're off. The Kitten rockets away. Jay's Naughty Kitten has the black cap, and oh, what a thing there was. Here Kitty Kitty. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Thank God for the Fontana safety rail. Marcelino's up, but Here Kitty Kitty is out of the dash. It's the Kitten, who's come away in front here for Manny Esquivel. Again, the spill there involved Here Kitty Kitty, the loose horse. Jay's Naughty Kitten pursues the Kitten as they round the far turn. My Gal Justice running in third. Holiday Lights in the white cap. And finally, Goody Four Shoes trails the Phillies Mare Sprint, the quarter 23.28 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole, and it's the Kitten. Again, the loose horse is Here Kitty Kitty. So the Kitten spins them in with a 5-length lead on Holiday Lights, who sets off in pursuit of the outside My Gal Justice. Nearest the inside, Jay's Naughty Kitten chased the pace and has dropped back, and Goody Four Shoes has trailed. So it's the Kitten with Manny Esquivel. The Kitten is clear of Holiday Lights by 7 lengths past the 16th. Then My Gal Justice, Jay's Naughty Kitten, and Goody Four Shoes. So the Kitten sailed home, one well clear from Holiday Lights. My Gal Justice finished third. Will be an inquiry into just after the Phillies Mare Sprint start, as Here Kitty Kitty, unseated jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. did his best to stay on board, rode that Fontana safety rail, and did get up and walk off the track. There'll be an inquiry into that soon after the start. 106.23 unofficial, 4-2-3-5-4. The Kitten, 3-1 first, 2, Holiday Lights. 4 to 5, second. 3, My Gal Justice. 9 to 2, third, and 5, Jay's Naughty Kitten, fourth. Again, the inquiry concerns just after the sprint start, and the 1, Here Kitty Kitty. Hold all tickets until official. Manny Esquivel getting his first of the meet here on opening week for Gennaro Garcia and Ed Wright Cattle Company at 3 to 1. The inquiry has been withdrawn. Again, that inquiry concerned just after the start of the Fillies Mare Sprint of the 1, Here Kitty Kitty. Jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. making his way back to the jockey's quarters here. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 4, DeKitten with Manny Esquivel. DeKitten is a 5-year-old dark bear brown mare by Unbridled Express at a decap by the Wildcat. Brennan, Indiana by owner Ed Wright Cattle Company and trained by Gennaro Garcia. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of DeKitten. The result of the third race official. And again, there was an inquiry into just after the Fillies Mare sprint start. Here Kitty Kitty being led back to her connections, and jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. walked back to the jockey's quarters. So good news after that spill. 4 to Exacta paid $21.60. First pick 3 of the day. 8 with a 6 with a 4, DeKitten. Pick 3, $119.60. Galpin, Sunday, Rocketing, and DeKitten, our first 3 winners. 50-cent pick 3, 4, 2, 3, $11 and change. 6, 4, double 50, $140. Jay's Naughty Kitten, fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 4, 2, 3, 5, paid $10.37. All 6 faced the starter. Here Kitty Kitty did not finish. 106.23. So the 4th we go. Next sprint. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, starts at the 50-cent lead, pick 5. Fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the first Wednesday of the season. Post time at 22 minutes at 3:46. They're off. DeKitten rockets away. Jay's Naughty Kitten has the black cap, and oh, what a thing there was. Here Kitty Kitty. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Thank God for the Fontana safety rail. Marcelino's up, but Here Kitty Kitty is out of the dash. It's DeKitten who's come away in front here for Manny Esquivel. Again, the spill there involved Here Kitty Kitty, the loose horse. Jay's Naughty Kitten pursues DeKitten as they round the far turn. My Gal Justice running in third. Holiday Lights in the white cap. And finally, Goody Four Shoes trails the Fillies Mare sprint, the quarter 23.28 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole, and it's DeKitten. Again, the loose horse is Here Kitty Kitty. So DeKitten spins them in with a 5-length lead on Holiday Lights, who sets off in pursuit of the outside My Gal Justice. Nearest the inside, Jay's Naughty Kitten chased the pace in a drop back, and Goody Four Shoes has trailed. So it's DeKitten with Manny Esquivel. DeKitten is clear of Holiday Lights by 7 lengths past the 16th. Then My Gal Justice, Jay's Naughty Kitten, and Goody Four Shoes. So De Kitten sailed home, won well clear from Holiday Lights. My gal John.
Road to Champions Day this year is a brand new contest that will start April 29th and go until October 30th. It's a win, place, show contest every Thoroughbred racing day only. That's 100 days of competition. There's $500 in monthly prizes. There's $7,000 for the grand prize, including $3,000 to the winner, plus 2 NHC seats. There's a lot more information, so please go to roadtochampionsday.com for more information. Good luck.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Here we are, just 11 minutes away from race number 4, the midway point of the card. We do have one quarter horse race. Miss Martha will take you through in the 9th, but we kick off the late Fire 5 in the 4th. So if you're still alive in that early pick 5 or early pick 4, certainly wish you the best of luck. These next 2 races are going to be critical for you because you certainly don't want to go up in flames in both the early and the late. We'll see what we can do. 5.5 furlongs is going to be the distance. No scratches, no changes, and you got to decide if you're going to try and beat favorites or not. It looks like Holiday House for me is a horse that makes sense. Now, I'm not saying I love even money by any means. 7-2 certainly looks much preferred. 7-2 would be a reasonable price, but projected to go as low as even money off that 5-2 morning line. Gennaro Garcia and Southwest Racing Stables almost upset the apple cart in our opener today at 13-1. Now they will try and do it with Holiday House, who is a little bit camera shy. Only 4 wins from 41 starts, but one of those wins did come here locally over a fast main track, has recently been seen on the turf course and the synthetic, stabling for the winter at Turfway Park, where they were okay. A 4th place finish, an 11th, a 10th, and a 3rd place finish last time out. Certainly finds a class level that he can fit at. In fact, most of his career, at least since the claim away from Juan Cano, has been running in protected allowance level races. Should appreciate some class relief today, but he does only have 4 wins to his name from 41 starts. That's a little bit of a concern, but he does have recency and is maybe a little bit more fit and a little bit ahead of some of the others in here that are shipping in from elsewhere. 5-2 right now on Holiday House, who's strictly the horse to beat, but it's up to you to decide if he is the horse to bet. I much prefer the odds of Yolo Santiago for Labra in here as he owns and trains this one. Flacco going to be calling the shots. 2 wins from 21 starts. Certainly not a win machine, but nobody is at this level. Winless so far in 2024, yet to make the 2025 debut, but did have 2 wins here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in the past, and speed is his game. When he's running well, he's showing good early speed, and we've seen through 2 days early on, it's certainly a small sample size. However, you want to be close to the lead. We haven't seen a ton of races completely fall apart or anything like that, and I think owner-trainer has this one cranked and ready to go. Hasn't been seen since last year, and has been working out consistently in the morning. I like that this horse was stabled here over the winter, had some posted workouts as early as February, back into January as well, so has been training well and returns, frankly, at a class level that is higher than they had been running at. It had been at 5,000 much of the year last year, and now comes back at 12,500. So maybe showing something in the morning to keep this 6-year-old in the paddock or stable when it's all said and done. Hopefully they'll get a win in here at 18-1. The 5 is Improbable Story, Barry King, Mitch Merle, as Barry King owns and trains. Mitch Merle bringing his talents to Horseshoe Indianapolis, looking to get off to an excellent start. The old veteran making start number 58 as an 8-year-old now, has been picking up pieces here and there. Had a win last year. So far, a 3rd place finish to his name after being at Turfway Park. They've been going 2 turns there. They cut back today. Should be plenty fit, but will they be able to keep up early for a horse who hasn't always shown the best early gate speed? Mitch Merle will be asking this one for his best early to keep up because it's been a tough track to make up ground thus far. But let's take a look at this late Fire 5. Now just 8 minutes away. It's a 50-cent play, and we've got some competitive races. I think some of these races, including race number 5, number 6, are wide open. And if you look at my ticket, really going to use a lot of long shots throughout the sequence. I thought about singling number 3 in this spot. Went a little bit deeper, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The 5th race, completely wide open. It truly looks like anyone is going to be a competitor in that 5th race. It's a who's who for 3-year-olds bred in the state of Indiana, sired bred, maiden special weight, a tough race. So instead of spreading out 8, 9 deep and potentially still getting it wrong, we are going to single Imminent Forecast. A horse who showed talent last year, kind of had an every other pattern. They thought enough of this one to run in the $100,000 Crown Ambassador Stakes. Tony Duran can certainly get a horse ready to rock and roll at first asking. You get Deshaun Parker in the saddle. They had a jockey trainer combination that won at 15%. And you get first Lasix for a horse that showed early speed multiple times last year and 12-1. It's a bold single. We'll find out if it's stupid about an hour from now. Race number 6, another wide open event. Allowance ranks usually don't say these are super wide open. Scratch number 6, Healing Waters. A field of 8 will go to the gate. And we're going to use a couple of long shots in this spot. The 4, 5, 8, and 9. Kuno's 12-1 goes up in class, but Cipriano Contreras can win regardless of jumping up against winners for the first time. Ran a huge race off the trainer change last time at Turfway. Spoke 9-2. If you remember last year, I chased this horse around. We only had 2 wins from 13 starts, but always ran a huge race. I think that race could be competitive. In race number 7, maiden 12,500 going 5.5 furlong stretch. 3, 13, 14, and the 4 need a bit of luck. Your 5-2 favorite is now out of that race, and I think it's wide open. 6, 7, and 8 is not a typo. We are going to use, and only these 3, a 30-1 morning line, Honey Girl Rubia, a 20-1 morning line, Secession Brewing with Luis Contreras, who got his meat off to an excellent start, and then a 30-1 Peter's Dream, Alberto Burgos. our leading rider from last year, coming in on a couple of long shots this season thus far. 30-1, 20-1, and 30-1. You can book it in race number 7. We'll see if we can get through that race and hopefully find a long shot and be looking at some decent payouts. As the riders get in the leg up, a field of 7 kicks off Wednesday's Late Fire 5.
The horses call posted now for the 4th race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. There are no changes. All 6 run. No rider changes. No overweights. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts the 50 cent. Late pick 5. Fast track, 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5. Fast track. Due off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joseph Romero with Epimythium. Rogelio Flacco, Yolo Santiago coming up. Joins Epimythium. Joe Ramos with Rocket 88. Brendan Well. Mitchell Marul with Improbable Story to post 5. Now Holiday House, Manny Esquivel riding for a double. Anthony Zaloa with El Rosilo. One more. Up comes Fear and Loathing. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. back in action after a third race fall. They're in the gate. The Dolphins sprinting. Fast start for Epimythium. Right there is Holiday House with the bid, and Rocket 88 also engaging as they make this run up the back of the track. It's Holiday House. So with Manny Esquivel, Holiday House takes the top. From on the outside, El Rosilo, who's vying for second, with Rocket 88 toward the rail at the 3.5. Fear and Loathing on the far outside, launching a bit around Yolo Santiago between horses. It's the inside the gray Epimythium, making his 7-year-old seasonal bow, running second to last, and Improbable Story trails the quarter 22.62 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Holiday House in front as Improbable Story is looking to gain on the far outside. Right there between horses is El Rosilo and Yolo Santiago. Improbable Story moving up the inside past Epimythium. They're homeward bound. It's Holiday House. Holiday House coming down toward the final furlong. Half 46.21. Leads El Rosilo, still vying for second with Yolo Santiago. Has the white blinkers. And then toward the inside, Rocket 88. Improbable Story back in fifth. Epimythium is sixth. With Manny Esquivel, Holiday House is won by 3.5. Second close, El Rosilo a nose with Yolo Santiago. Photo. Rocket 88 finished fourth. .104.58 after the sprint. 3 and then a photo. 3 Holiday House at 3-5 first. Second's a photograph. Hold all tickets until official. Manny Esquivel with a quick fire double. Another for Gennaro Garcia. Steve H. Lewis. Holiday House at 3-5 in. The judges have posted the 6 El Rosilo at 12-1 second, and nose over the 4 Yolo Santiago at 21-1 odds third. 2 Rocket 88 at 5-2 fourth. 3-6-4-2. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 3 Holiday House. Running double for Manny Esquivel. Holiday House is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by More Than Ready. And a Glorietta Bay by AP Indy. A couple of wins on the card for Gennaro Garcia. The now 5-time winner Postword for Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated and the White Turquoise Stars and cap of Steve H. Lewis. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Holiday House. The 3-6 exacta paid $21 even. 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 6 with the 4 with the 3 Holiday House. Pick 3, $49.65. 50-cent trifecta 3-6-4, $36. 4-3 double 24.40. Rocket 88 back and forth. 10-cent superfecta 3-6-4-2 paid $20. 10. In the sprint favorite first, all 7 ran 104.58. Race 5 next. Made in sprint. Scratch 9, Concho's Prayer. 13, What Now, Daddy? And the 14, Henri. Scratch the 9, 13, and number 14. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Fast track post time at 22 minutes at 4:18. Reminding all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans following today's 9-race card, no live racing here on opening week on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, nor on Easter Sunday, nor Monday. Next live race card here on April 22nd, post time at 2:10. Rolfin sprinting. Fast start for Epimythium. Right there is Holiday House with the bid, and Rocket 88 also engaging as they make this run up the back of the track. It's Holiday House. So with Manny Esquivel, Holiday House takes the top. From on the outside, El Rosilo, who's vying for second, with Rocket 88 toward the rail at the 3.5. Fear and Loathing on the far outside, launching a bit around Yellow Santiago between horses. It's the inside, the gray Epimythium, making his 7-year-old seasonal bow, running second to last, and Improbable Story trails the quarter, 22.62 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Holiday House in front as Improbable Story is looking to gain on the far outside. Right there between horses is El Rosilo and Yellow Santiago. Improbable Story moving up the inside past Epimythium. They're homeward bound. It's Holiday House. Holiday House coming down toward the final furlong. Half 46.21. Leads El Rosilo, still vying for second with Yellow Santiago. Has the white blinkers. And then toward the inside, Rocket 88. Improbable Story back in fifth. Epimythium is sixth. With Manny Esquivel, Holiday House is won by 3.5. Second close, El Rosilo a nose with Yellow Santiago. Photo.
Yep.
It is 11 minutes to race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is the start of the Itowa Late Pick 4. Super excited to have the $1 Indiana Thoroughbred Owner and Breeders Association Pick 4 on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. Put together a ticket. Let's talk about this race first, then we'll get into my ticket, as there was a little bit of a change from the tip sheet. We did have a late scratch of the 4 in the third leg, so we'll talk about that. But this is a 3-year-old maiden special weight for Indiana sire. They're going 5.5 furlongs, and we do have a scratch of the 9, Concho's Prayer. The 13 and 14 are out. When you're handicapping this sequence, keep in mind Manny and Gennaro have had 2 in a row. Third and fourth race they've taken together, so congratulations to them. But I'm going to put DP on top here. The 3 is 5-1 right now on the tote board. Imminent Forecast, it's my top selection. Deshaun riding for Tony Duran. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Skylord, making his 5th lifetime start. Has a nice couple of seconds to his credit. One in September, one at the end of the meet. At today's distance, showed some nice early pace. Has a good pace number of 76 as well. This is the first out for 2025, as is the case for a lot of horses in here, obviously. But this one is adding Lasix for the first time. I think we'll be on the front end. I'm sure Deshaun will get him out there pretty easily, as he is a vet. And he's good with the young horses as well. The 12 is who I'm going to go with next, 5-1. McAdoo. Mitchell Merle moved his tack here to Indiana. Happy to have him here. Greg Foley trains this 3-year-old colt by Harry's Holiday, also making its 5th start of its lifetime, and it's ran a couple times in the winter, January and February, but has been off for 55 days. So this one has a couple of thirds in maiden claiming at Churchill and Fairgrounds. Did run in a maiden special weight here and was only beaten a length as the bettor's favorite for 3rd. Back here in Indiana, in the maiden special weight, fits here really well. On the outside of this field, kind of tough for a horse who's only ran at 4 races, but I think that this horse has a nice couple of races that has shown some good skills. And this one also ran a couple of routes recently as well and was bumped a little bit, got kind of stuck between horses in its last race, a little bit of a nightmare. I'm sure Mitchell will get him out of there. He rode him in that race. And hopefully they'll have a much smoother trip here today. And then I'll round it out with the 8 Rock City Kid. This is a first-time starter. Rodney Prescott is aboard for Shannon. They've got South Point Farm together, so they own this one, co-own it with a few others. But 3-year-old gelding by Pataki Kid. Pataki Kid really has a good percentage of first-time starters. 22% for Pataki Kid. He's Shannon saddling him there on the walk. This horse has a nice gate work going into this race as well, a couple really, and looks good on paper work-wise. So I put Shannon and Rodney in with Rock City Kid for my try, sitting at 8-1. Let's just quickly go over my the pick 4 sequence in the next row. I went ahead and put my top 3 in this race and in the next race. The 6 is a 3-year-old and up allowance. This is for open. We've got Juddmutt Farms running the 1. We've got just really nice group of horses here. Gennaro and Marcelino are on the 3. I included both of those, Alcove, Kelsey Danner, and Ramos. And then I also have Sound Doctor in the 3, Gennaro looking for a hat trick today. But my top selection is Butch's Best on the outside, Orlando Mojica for Rob Dobbs. This one took the winner off, but really has a nice, consistent running style. And the 7th race is a maiden claiming for 12.5. In that race, this is where we got that late scratch, need a little bit of luck, the 4, so I replaced it with the 5 here. Scary Proposition. Romero is aboard for Tom Bamberg, going down from 15 to 12.5. And then the 11, Sweet Scorecard. Ramos is aboard for Tom Eggleston. These two, I mean, Ramos, Eggleston, classy. Some of our top jockeys and top trainer. This horse has been in some tough races. Turfway, Churchill, tried the Poly, caught the mud. I think is going to do much better here in Indiana. Is in this maiden special weight. So to round it out, for my $36 ticket, I went with the 4 and the 8 in the last leg, which is race 8. All alsos are out of that race. As my don't you know, program pages are stuck together, don't you know? Top, Fernando de la Cruz for Michelle Elliott. Michelle had a bang up day yesterday, and you better believe when she gets on a tear, she gets on a tear. So I called that yesterday. Don't leave out the 4, Michelle Elliott in Top. And then the 8, reading time in that 8th race. This is a maiden special weight. Had some really good gross strength ratio numbers. I love those. If you guys have Equine Edge, I'm lucky enough to be friends with Scotty McKeever, who started Equine Edge, and it's a great handicapping tool. For first-time starters, I like to look at the gross strength ratio percentage that he has, and reading time has a tough one. Peter Urton trains. Marcelino Pedroza is up, and I think is going to catch a lot easier group here. Was in a full field of 12, which is the case here today, but we're moving to Indiana and catching a fast track because that was a slop in that race, reading time. So I went 3, 8, 12 in this race, 1, 3, 9 in the next, 5 and 11 in the third leg, and then race 8, 4, and 8 for a $36 play in the Itoba late pick 4. We're just 5 minutes to this 5th race. I've got Deshaun here on top. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 5th race. This maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. Scratch the 9, Concho's Prayer. 13, What Now, Daddy? And the 14, Henri. Scratch the 9, 13, and number 14, Exacted Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the $1. Late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Fast track with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes now to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 late pick four presented by Itoba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden sprint. Josh Morales with Mama's Wish. Up comes Kang. 2024 leading jockey here, Alberto Burgos, with his first ride of the meet. His first Wednesday of the season. Joe Ramos with Trouble or Nothing. Ronnie Prescott, Rock City Kid joining up. Felix Ostadillo with Bit of Justice Drew 2. Drone view of the 5.5 furlong start. Sean Parker, Eminent Forecast. Next maiden going in. Fernando de la Cruz with Tank Walk. Went it well. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Ready to Seize. 2-1 favorite, Ready to Seize. Unbridled Hero. Manny Esquivel going for a hat trick of wins on the card. Couple of back. Hannah Leahy with Forever Greedy. So stand by. One more. Mitchell Morrow with McAdoo. Last out, fifth at the fairgrounds. Here comes the fifth from Horseshoe Indianapolis. And they're off. Eminent Forecast was slow to start. Also, Rock City Kid and Trouble or Nothing awkwardly away. Fast start for Mama's Wish with toward the inside. There's Bit of Justice, who just leans for Felix Ostadio. Bit of Justice to the front by 3/4 length to Mama's Wish, who tracks. Eminent Forecast poorly away and held up with Lorel in tight quarters there at the 3.5 as they enter the far turn. It is Bit of Justice, who just leads. Mama's Wish and Tank Walk. Quarter 22.89 seconds as they round the far turn with McAdoo on the far outside now fourth. Eminent Forecast in a tight spot still in fifth. And then on the outside, Rock City Kid is sixth. Between horses, coming toward the quarter pole is Forever Greenie. Then farther back toward the inside, Keg. Unbridled Hero with Ready to Seize. And we trail back to Trouble or Nothing. It is Mama's Wish. Mama's Wish coming down toward the final furlong from Bit of Justice, who gives way. Eminent Forecast just slice through there for Deshaun Parker. And here's Eminent Forecast, who's trying to close on the line. Mama's Wish. Keg is also joining at the finish. Here's Keg for Alberto Burgos, who splits them. Keg dived at the finish with Eminent Forecast and Mama's Wish, a blanket photograph. Photo finish after the maiden. 106.14. Blanket, faux, toe, finish. Here's the verdict from the judges after the maiden sprint. Now margins of victory. Six, 3, 110, 6. Mama's Wish at 45-1 upsets. A nose over the 3 Eminent Forecast at 5-1 second. A nose to the 1 Keg, 10-1 third, and 10 Tank Walk fourth. 6, 3, 110. Blanket photo finish to the maiden. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 6. Mama's Wish at 45 to 1. Mama's Wish is a 3-year-old big gelding, bred in Indiana by Notional, and a More Than Sweet by More Than Ready. Owned and trained by Jesse Vasquez. Winning the maiden sprint with Mama's Wish. The result of the 5th race official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Mama's Wish out to the maiden ranks to the tune of 45 to 1. 6-3 exacta, $788.80. Tank Walk 4th, 10-cent superfecta. 6-3 110 paid $4,425.80. 50-cent pick 3, $262.10. 50-cent trifecta, 631, noses between them, $1,370.65. The 50-cent early pick 5, 5 of 5, returned $12,357.20. The $1 early pick 4, 6 with the 4, with the 3, with the 6, Mama's Wish, $6,449.30. 106.14 after the maiden. 20 minutes away, race 6. Scratch 6 Healing Waters. Scratch the 6. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Note there is a carryover in the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta Wagering featured on the sprint. And the Pentafecta carryover after opening day, $5,644. That's a Pentafecta carryover. Post time, 4:50. From Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they're off. Imminent forecast was slow to start. Also, Rock City Kid and Trouble or Nothing awkwardly away. Fast start for Mama's Wish with toward the inside. There's Bit of Justice, who just leans for Felix Ostadio. Bit of Justice to the front by 3/4 length to Mama's Wish, who tracks. Imminent forecast poorly away and held up with Lorel in tight quarters there at the 3.5 as they enter the far turn. It is Bit of Justice, who just leads, Mama's Wish, and Tank Walk. Quarter 22.89 seconds as they round the far turn with McAdoo on the far outside, now 4th. Imminent forecast in a tight spot, still in 5th. And then on the outside, Rock City Kid is 6th. Between horses, coming toward the quarter pole, is Forever Greenie. Then farther back toward the inside, Keg. Unbridled Hero with Ready to Seize. And we trail back to Trouble or Nothing. It is Mama's Wish. Mama's Wish coming down toward the final furlong from Bit of Justice, who gives way. Imminent forecast just slice through there for Deshaun Parker. And here's Imminent forecast, who's trying to close on the line. Mama's Wish. Keg is also joining at the finish. Here's Keg for Alberto Burgos, who splits them. Keg dived at the finish with Imminent forecast and Mama's Wish a blank. From Horseshoe Indianapolis,
Well, that result will certainly spice up the late pick 4 and late pick 5. A $92 winner, and what a horse race that was in there. As the long shot gets the nose down on the wire, 3 across the line, and that will certainly add some intrigue if you are still alive in the late pick 4 or that late pick 5. Our early pick 5, $12,000 in that pick 4, just about $5,000, give or take a little bit. But the pick 5, over 12 grand in that early pick 5. Scratch number 6, Healing Waters, out of this event. And I'm going to try another price in here. Hopefully the prices can continue. We've already seen a 7-1 winner, a $92 winner as well. How about Spoke for Lily Gonzalez? The 6-year-old roan does have 5 victories to his name with 10 second and third place finishes. Brings in some recency over at Turfway Park, where they ran pretty well, I thought. Maybe better than it looks. They did try a $106,000 stakes race in which they beat 5 horses home. They went off at 80-1, showed speed, and they actually outfooted Shards early in that race, but couldn't hold on. Only beaten by 5 lengths, going 6.5 furlongs, and then they did come back 13 days later on short rest and ran another race similar, showed speed, and backed out of it late. 5.5 furlongs should be right up this one's alley, and I think Spoke could be the controlling pace in here for a horse who 4 of the 5 victories have come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So the Indiana bred will be thankful they are back at home, and I think Spoke could be the controlling pace in here, and a value play at 9-1. But a lot of the money has come in on Leo Springs. Now, make what you want of the early money, but it's certainly come in. This is a horse who's 10-1 on that morning line, and despite one scratch of the 6, I think the money's here to stay on Leo Springs. If you're hoping to get anywhere near that 10-1, I don't believe you are going to be rewarded today, because the live line is 5-2, and the projected line on number 8, Leo Springs, is 7-2. The 4-year-old gray has 4 wins and making only start number 11. They went through the conditions very quick for John Heron as they own and train the son of Unbridled Spring, who's currently favored, and he's a tactical sort. He's won on the lead. He probably prefers a target, doesn't necessarily need the lead, but he's shown good speed in the past. We'll see if he's cranked and ready to rock and roll in here at 5-2. Currently favored, and potentially your favorite when the gates pop open. The 4 is taking a huge jump up in class, but if anyone can do it with success, trainer Cipriano Contreras can do it with success, and he's done it quite often in his career. When he wins last out, he returns at 18% as well. Currently cut in half right now from that 12-1 morning line, 5-1 on the board. Santos Sanger got acclimated with this 3-year-old chestnut by Constitution in the winning maiden breaking race. March 19th, has had a month off, was bet down to favoritism in 2 out of 3 starts, but Kunos could be any sort here. This is a horse who jumped up almost 50 buyer points last time out. So was it just a light field, maybe going from maiden allowance level to maiden claiming? Now takes on winners. The 3-year-old has to take on older, more accomplished horses, but it's a confident move for a trainer who's routinely winning near 20% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He could have found himself a non-winners of 2 in the book, I'm sure, but they wanted to come back in this spot, 5-1 on the board. Another wide open betting event in here. It looks like this could be anyone's game. Some talented runners set to take main stage 7 minutes away from race number 6. If you missed out on that pick 4 or pick 5, don't forget rolling daily doubles and pick 3s featured over the next 2 races. Good luck.
Well, horses called postward now for the sixth race. Featured a sprint of the day over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. 6 Healing Waters has been scratched. Scratch the 6 Healing Waters. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. There is a carryover, the 10-cent grand high 5. Pentafecta carryover of $5,644. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joe Ramos with Alcove. Marcelio Flacco, Spoke coming up. Joined Alcove. Fernando de la Cruz with Magic Factor. Now Chris Landeros with Hard to Say. Alberto Burgos, Leo Springs going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Sound Doctrine. Couple the back. Santos Sanjor with Kunos. At 5.5 furlongs, one more. Orlando Mexico with Butch's Best. This is 5-year-old Seasonal Bow. It's the Wednesday sprint feature, all in line. And they're off. Butch's Best out to a lightning quick start. Right there is Sound Doctrine, and Alcove comes out dashing now from the rail for Joe Ramos. And it's Alcove who's taking a short lead, pressed hard by Sound Doctrine. And Butch's Best, the gray, is right there across the track, going past the half-mile pole. To the inside is Kunos, who's running in fourth. Magic Factor wide fifth. Spoke is sixth as they enter the far turn, with Leo Springs running in seventh, and Hard to Say trails. After a couple of furlongs, clicked off in 22.06 seconds, just inside. 3 furlongs to go where the battle ensues. It's Alcove narrowly with the rail, right there between horses. As they come toward the top of the stretches, Sound Doctrine trying to get on even terms, and Butch's Best looking to stay this pace. Leo Springs on the far outside with a bid. Toward the inside is Kunos, then Spoke. They're coming down toward the final furlong. It is Alcove who leads with the rail here for Joe Ramos, and Alcove with a 3-length buffer zone as Leo Springs continues to charge. Spoke finishing willing with the rail, and on the outside is Hard to Say, but it's Alcove geared down late, and Alcove won by 3 from last into second. Hard to Say. Leo Springs third, then Spoke and Sound Doctrine for the Pentafecta. .104.97 after the sprint. 7-2 on the one Alcove. Joe Ramos for Kelsey Danner. 2 Hard to Say. 8 Leo Springs third. 5 Spoke was fourth across, and 3 Sound Doctrine for the Pentafecta that had a carryover going in. 104.97, 12853. Alcove for Robert Evans, Kelsey Danner, Joe Ramos on the Wednesday score sheet at 7-2. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the one Alcove, Red Joe Ramos. Alcove is a 4-year-old dark bear brown colt, bred in Kentucky by Twirling Candy, at a structure by Bernardini. Kelsey Danner trains for Robert M. Evans. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Alcove. Takes out the sprint feature. It's official. The 1-2 exacta paid $127.80. 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 3 with the 6 with the 1 Alcove. Returned $244.40. 50-cent trifecta 128, $106.45. 6-1 double, $476.60. There's that 10-cent Grand High 5 result. Sound Doctrine 5th. 10-cent Pentafecta 12853, $289.44. 10-cent Superfecta 1285, $79.43. 8 ran in the sprint feature, 104.97. And the 7th race, scratch from the maiden, the 3 La Lily. 4 Need a Bit of Luck. 13 Chemical Reaction and 14 Anything for Love. Scratch the 3-4, 13 and number 14. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another 10-cent Pentafecta Grand High 5 featured on the maiden, double, and the start of our final pick 3 of the day. Post time in 20 minutes at 5:20. Once again, just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live racing on this opening week. Tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, no racing Easter Sunday, nor on the 21st of the month. Next live race card here on Tuesday, April 22nd, when racing resumes at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. All in line. And they're off. Butch's Best out to a lightning quick start. Right there is Sound Doctrine and Alcove coming out dashing now from the rail for Joe Ramos. And it's Alcove who's taking a short lead, pressed hard by Sound Doctrine. And Butch's Best, the gray, is right there across the track, going past the half-mile pole. Toward the inside is Kunos, who's running in 4th. Magic Factor wide 5th. Spoke is 6th as they enter the far turn, with Leo Springs running in 7th, and Hard to Say trails after a couple of furlongs. Clicked off in 22.06 seconds, just inside. 3 furlongs to go where the battle ensues. It's Alcove narrowly with the rail, right there between horses. As they come toward the top of the stretches, Sound Doctrine trying to get on even terms, and Butch's Best looking to stay this pace. Leo Springs on the far outside with a bid. Toward the inside is Kunos, then Spoke. They're coming down toward the final furlong. It is Alcove who leads with the rail here for Joe Ramos, and Alcove with a 3-length buffer zone as Leo Springs continues to charge. Spoke finishing willing with the rail, and on the outside is hard to say, but it's Alcove geared down late, and Alcove won by 3 from last into second. Hard to Say. Leo Springs 3rd, then Spoke and Soucher all in line.
11 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And man, I'm having a rough day today. Did anybody have that $92 winner to kick off the pick four? Because I sure didn't. But wow, Jessie Vasquez, go girl. And here in this last race, Ramos for Kelsey Danner as well. A very nice finish for them. This 7th race is a 3-year-old not maiden claiming for 12.5, and they're going 5.5 furlongs on the dirt. Now, we've got some scratches in here, including my top pick. Didn't get that until I was already on the pre-race show. And I, do most of my handicapping early in the morning, finalizing it. So definitely have to make a change here from the 4. And I'm going to go ahead and just put the 5 out there. The 3 scratched, the 4, and the 13 and 14. I'm going to go 5, 11, 2. So let's start with Scary Proposition. Joe Romero is aboard here in this race for Tom Bamberg. And he's 20% in maiden claiming ranks. Very nice percentage from numbers. And this horse is kind of the class of the race. There's a couple of the 11, I think, also has been running against some nice horses. But this horse is strictly ran on the poly the last 5. He claimed this horse back in January at Turfway for $7,500. Put him up there in 15. And really was close in that race, second by a neck. And then kind of repeated the same thing, moving around from 30 to 15, and now he's moved him down to 12.5. I think this is a sweet spot for him. I think this group in Indiana, he's making a switch to dirt. He has ran on dirt before, but a 2nd and 3rd place finish, I think he's due. Gets a scratch to the inside of him as well. Probably will help. Scary Proposition, a 3-year-old filly by Global Campaign. Then the 11, Sweet Scorecard, a 2-1 right now, the favorite on the board. Ramos looking for 2 in a row here after that win in the last race. Tim Eggleston is the trainer, and he's had a really nice last couple years, and it was neck and neck down to the wire closing day last year for leading Thoroughbred trainer for Tim. So don't discount him. When you're looking at these races. This 3-year-old filly's by Vacoma. She had a really nice prime power rating for those of you that read the Brisnet pages of 107. Now, this horse has also been running in poly at Turfway. Started out debut at Churchill on the mud at 6 furlongs in one of their very salty maiden special weights. She did not like the start of that race at all. It was an 11-horse field. A very tough 11-horse field. Then she went to the poly sprinting in December at Turfway. Started out really nice at the pace and then ended up fading. And then tried again in a maiden claiming for 30. She's had 53 days off, and Tim's 18% off that kind of layoff. She's returning to dirt. And, man, does she look really good. For a 3-year-old filly, she is super filled out, very muscular. She just looks phenomenal in the paddock. So definitely by the looks of things, I don't blame people for going with 11. What a nice looking filly, as I said, by Vacoma. And then I'm going to round it out with a 2. Upscuttled. 31-1 Upscuttled. This horse I thought was going to be a long shot, but I think there's a lot of upside about this horse. And if it stays at 31-1, mix it into exotics, guys. 3-year-old filly who's making her 4th lifetime start. Now, she hasn't had any in-the-money finishes, but she's been on all poly. She's only been training poly. I think she's going to love checking out the dirt. I think she's going to like it. She routed last time in a maiden claiming for 30. They got her for 30 in December. They tried it Turfway sprinting, they got her for 15. They claimed her sprinting. Then put her back at a route in a maiden claiming for 30, Sophie Road, and she didn't like that at all. Oscar Villarreal, I think, is a little bit underrated of a jockey. He's very talented. He's riding here for Estvanco, who's 26% second off the claim and has a little bit of a freshening here, 47 days off. She's got, I think, more to show. I really do think all of this poly, I think she's going to like getting some dirt under her hooves. So I'm going to put her in the longest shot on the board, the 2. 5-11-2 for me here in the 7th race. I'm going to go jump over onto FanDuel TV to talk about their feature race of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, which is race 8. So if you can multitask, watch both. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs. A field of 10. Scratch 3, La Lily. 4, Need a Bit of Luck. 13, Chemical Reaction. And 14, Anything for Love. Scratch 3, 4. 13 and number 14 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. 10-cent Grand High 5. Double final pick 3 of the day. 3 minutes. Two minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Alberto Burgos with Peter's Dream. No hard feelings. Evan Roman has a win on the card. Now Javier Padron Barcenas with Anthony's Spice. Oscar Villarreal up scuttled went in okay. Joseph Romero with Scary Proposition. Felix Astudio with Free Passage going in. Up comes Sweet Scorecard. Joe Ramos riding for a double. Alcove took out the sprint feature. Honey Girl Rubia, Semi Bermudez on the Wednesday score sheet. Now Luis Contreras with Secession Brewing. At 5.5 furlongs. One more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Doro Matoli, Hobby debuts. All in line. And they're off. Honey Girl Rubio broke slow and now moves up through the pack. Dropping back to last is Peter's Dream, and out in front it is Sweet Score Sheet. And there's Free Passage, who's made an early bid. Free Passage has taken a short lead from Sweet Score Sheet, whose scorecard is right there on the outside as they go past the half-mile pole. Sweet Scorecard is running second by 5. Then Honey Girl Rubio trying to overcome a slow start. Anthony Spice is on the far outside. They're moving up between horses. As they round the far turn is Scary Proposition, 3 furlongs to go. It's a break of 3 more to the first-time starter Hobby with in between horses. As they round the far turn coming toward the quarter pole, Secession Brewing. They're well spread out. Here's the inside, No Hard Feelings. Peter's Dream is running second to last and finally up scuttled as these maiden fillies straighten away. Under a quarter of a mile to go, and it's Sweet Scorecard who's raced away here for Joe Ramos. Sweet Scorecard is just adding on the lengths. Coming past the 16th, Free Passage left back, along with on the outside Anthony Spice and Scary Proposition. Sweet Scorecard in a stroll, won by a wide margin, make it 15 or so from Anthony Spice second, Scary Proposition third, Free Passage finished fourth. $11.9, then a show photo after the maiden. 103.76. Wide margin, 11, Sweet Scorecard first. 9, Anthony's Spice. At 27-1, the runner-up, and then a gap away to a photo. Hold on until official. Couple wins on the card for Joe Ramos. Here for Tim Eggleston, the Vacoma filly. Sweet Scorecard at 1-2. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, Circle 11, Sweet Scorecard, a running double for Joe Ramos. Sweet Scorecard is a 3-year-old bay filly, bred in Kentucky by Vacoma. And a Sweet Hallery by Hold Me Back. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Sweet Scorecard out to the maiden ranks. The judges have posted number 5, Scary Proposition, 3rd. 10, Free Passage, 4th, and 8, Peter's Dream, 5th for the Pentafecta. 11-9, 5-10-8. Result official. The 11-9 exacta paid $29.40. The 50-cent trifecta, $11.95. Returned $38 even, $111 double, $18.80. 10-cent superfecta, $11.9, 5, 10, $36 and change. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7, $174.55. And the 10-cent pentafecta, $11.9, 5, 10, 8, returned $371.59. Peter's Dream ran 5th. 103.76, race 8. In this maiden 3-year-old filly sprint, scratch the also eligibles. 13 Insta Kiss, 14 Collected Bond, 15 Renoir, and 16 Crystal Forced. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through number 16. And the 9th, quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. 9th race, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Mr. Birdman, 12 John Wayne B, 13 Favorite Sandbaggin, and 14 Jess Feisty. Exacta trifecta superfecta start to the late double. Fast track, post time in 19 minutes at 5:50. And they're off. Honey Girl Rubio broke slow and now moves up through the pack. Dropping back to last is Peter's Dream, and out in front it is Sweet Score Sheet. And there's Free Passage, who's made an early bid. Free Passage has taken a short lead from Sweet Score Sheet, whose scorecard who's right there on the outside as they go past the half-mile pole. Sweet Scorecard is running second by 5. Then Honey Girl Rubio trying to overcome a slow start. Anthony Spice is on the far outside. They're moving up between horses. As they round the far turn is Scary Proposition, 3 furlongs to go. It's a break of 3 more to the first-time starter Hobby with in between horses. As they round the far turn, coming toward the quarter pole, Secession Brewing. They're well spread out. Nearest the inside, No Hard Feelings. Peter's Dream is running second to last, and finally Up Scuttled as these maiden fillies straighten away. Under a quarter of a mile to go, and it's Sweet Scorecard, who's raced away here for Joe Ramos. Sweet Scorecard is just adding on the lengths. Coming past the 16th, Free Passage left back, along with, on the outside, Anthony Spice and Scary Proposition. Sweet Scorecard in a stroll, won by a wide margin, make it 15 or so from Anthony Spice second, Scary Proposition third.
Tell me how you got started in racing.
So I'm from Florida. I started in Ocala breaking babies, and then I came here to Indiana. Was my first job in 2021, I believe it was. I worked for Joe Davis, getting on a couple horses in the morning and running them in the afternoon. I got my first winner's circle picture here as a groom with a horse that I rode as well in Ocala. So to get my first winner's picture in the saddle would be something, a real full circle moment to be here. And then after that, I went on to work for Bill Mott for about 3 seasons, and I can't say enough good things about him and his team.
Awesome. So you've been here for, how long have you been up here in Indiana?
This is my first week here working horses.
Yeah. A lot of people got here this week. I just didn't know if you had been here longer than that because we keep the track open in the winter. So what would you say your favorite thing about riding, being a jockey is versus when you were in Ocala?
Versus when I was in Ocala, it's like, Obviously the horses, that's why I'm here, that's why I'm in it, is for the horses. But I'd say being a jockey, I get to go into a lot of different barns and meet a lot of different trainers and people, so many different people involved with one horse. But I also get to see a lot of how different barns work and how they differ from each other, and just see some different techniques is something that I've gotten to learn.
All right, well, good luck. Who has your book?
John Herbstreit.
Oh, Herbstreit's the best.
He is the best. He's been around here for a while, and I'm really grateful for him, actually. Johnny V's been a really big mentor and someone that I look up to greatly, and he's the one that made that connection for me, so I'm so grateful for him.
Yeah, John's a great guy. Well, I hope you guys have great success this year. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
We've reached our opening week Thoroughbred finale. Martha will take you through the 9th and final. Live racing does return next Tuesday as well. And once again, some big payouts set forthcoming here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with a $92 winner. And last race, we had a 1-2 shot. So you can get chalk home and still reap the rewards. I believe the 4 is paying around $3,500 in that pick 4, and some good payouts as well in the pick 5 as well. Do scratch numbers 13, 14, 15, and 16. The also eligibles do not draw into this race. You've got a lukewarm favorite on the outside trying the dirt for the first time, and I'm going to go a completely different direction, and we'll see if we can't try and beat yet another favorite in here with the deuce in Clay Basket. Ray Hernandez trains. He hasn't had that many starters so far this year, so I'm not concerned at the 5% win rate. Santos Sanger is going to pick up the mount as he did on debut, and this is a horse who debuted last year at 2, a 3-year-old filly, and frankly, she was ran off her feet early on in that race. She was outbroke. She appeared a little bit flat-footed, but she closed a lot of ground in the lane, and I thought she chased home a monster on debut. Studio Hall went on to have a very nice season last year. Now, the race after that wasn't great. Broke better, sat in a good spot just off the speed duel, and really didn't have any run. I can be forgiving of a lightly raced 2-year-old filly showing some talent on debut, running only beaten by 5 lengths to a horse that I know is a very good animal. Now comes back at 3 and gets Lasix for the first time, and you're getting double-digit odds. I do believe there is a lot of upside for the homebred Clay Basket, breaking from post number 2. And speaking of upside, how about High Summer? Studio and Gennaro Garcia already teamed up for a win today, and they look for another one in here. 0 for 7 with 2 second-place finishes, but this is something that I've monitored over the past couple of years. When Gennaro claims horses elsewhere, runs them regardless of results, when they get to Horseshoe Indianapolis, they certainly do run well. It was a scene that we almost saw in the opener. 13-1 ran good running second place finish, and could be similar in here with High Summer, who last race wasn't even bad. Went off at 17-1, wasn't really expected to run all that well, and finished second in a 10-horse field. The mare, she loved to win, Exaggerated. She was a 6-time winner herself, banked over $200,000, and then the sibling Murky is stakes placed as well with over $100,000. So there's some suggestions that this horse will get better with age, and she's still a lightly raced three-year-old filly, even though she's got more experience than many in this bunch. I think there is upside for a trainer who wins at a very high rate, bringing in a fresh face around here in high summer at 13-1. The 8 is the unknown in here. This is the wild card. Reading Time, a 3-year-old filly by City of Light, brought $220,000 at the OBS sale a year ago, and is looking to start banking return on investment after a race you could really draw a line through. Debuted going maiden special weight down at the fairgrounds in the slop. She broke slow, never really was involved, just kind of even running all the way around. Now, it was a tough race. Some horses have come out of that race to have some success as well, and she's got upside. She comes back a few months later. She's got experience under her belt. And make note, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. was aboard in that 8th place finish, and he is aboard yet again today. I'm sure he had other options to ride elsewhere, but he will stay in here for Peter Urton and Reading Time for CRK Stable. 6-1 on the board, a wide open betting race in here. If we can get around the 12 Silver Pearls for Rob Atras, certainly some money to be had, as no one else has really taken the lion's share of money. They're all piling in on Silver Pearls. When everyone jumps on one train, you might want to try and find the next train if you can. That's how you make some money. We'll see how it plays out just 6 minutes away from race number 8.
Maiden filly stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. Maiden 3-year-old filly sprint at 5.5 furlongs, pardon me. At 5.5 furlongs, a field of 12. Scratch the also eligibles: 13 Insta Kiss, 14 Collected Bond, 15 Renoir, 16 Crystal Frost. Scratch the also eligibles. 9th race closing with a quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. 9th race, scratch the also eligibles: 11 Mr. Birdman, 12 John Wayne B, 13 Favorite Sandbaggin, and 14 Jess Feisty. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10 cent Pentafecta, and starts with a late double here with the Maiden filly sprint. Due at the 5.5 furlong start at 5:50. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading, Yarmarie Correa with Milady Sansa. Deshaun Parker, Echo Road has joined her. Santo Sanjor, Clay Basket coming up. Clay Basket loaded. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Reading Time, Drew 8. Felix Studio with High Summer. Kylie Wellington, the classy Cowtown Lady, going in. Fernando Little Cruz with Top. Five maiden fillies left to load. Orlando Mexica, here's Miss Control Freak. Melodious would be a hat trick of wins for Joe Ramos today. Sammy Bermudez with Extreme Dream Drew 11. Now the final pair, Alberto Burgos with Yes Ma'am. One more. Manny Esquivel with Silver Pearls. The daughter of Constitution. Up comes Silver Pearls. Was 6th on Fairgrounds closing day debut. They're in the gate. And they're off. And top between horses, nearest the inside, High Summer with the red cap is vying for the early lead. Nearest the inside, Milady Sansa is just off of their heels, running in third. Echo Road is in fourth. Reading Time in fifth. Yes, Ma'am in sixth. Black with the green hoops between fillies and tight quarters there. Extreme Dream on the far outside with a bid at the 3.5. Clay Basket toward the inside with Miss Control Freak as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. There comes Silver Pearls, who's racing outside of Miss Control Freak. Then farther back to Melodious, who's running in 11th, and Classy Cowtown Lady trails the does in the quarter, 22.05 seconds. Here comes Top as they come past the quarter pole. Top with a bid, High Summer toward the inside. It's High Summer and Top together as they straighten up. There comes Echo Road toward the inside is Milady Sansa. 1 furlong to go. Top has taken the lead. It's Top in front from High Summer, who tries to kick on for the final 16th. Milady Sansa's third. Clay Basket in fourth. Yes Ma'am is in fifth, but they're close to home with Fernando Little Cruz, the daughter of Army Mule, and Top out to the maiden fillies ranks by 4. Milady Sansa was second. Third's Close Photo. High Summer with Clay Basket, who rallied. Yes Ma'am finished fifth. .104.54 after the maiden fillies sprint. 104.54. It was 9-2 on Top. Fernando Little Cruz, Michelle Elliott first. One Milady Sansa, 18-1 was second. Third is a photo. Please hold all tickets until official. The judges have posted number 3, High Summer, third. A nose to the 2, Clay Basket, fourth. And the 6, Yes Ma'am, was fifth. 4-1, 3-2-6. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 4, Top, with Fernando de la Cruz. Top is a 3-year-old bay filly by Army Mule. And the unbridled song mare, Homesteading, raced for Michelle Elliott's Elliott Racing LLC. Breeder owner, Mockmar Hall Thoroughbreds of Cariel Brogdon. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Top. For 1 exacta paid $120, 50-cent trifecta. 4-1-3, $275.40. 11-4 double, $14.60. Clay Basket fourth. 10-cent superfecta. 4-1-3-2, $248.16. 50-cent pick 3 paid $29.60 for the pick 3. The $1 Itoba late pick 4, 4-4, $3,789.20. 50-cent late pick 5, $3,551.85. The 10-cent pentafecta, $270.51. Yes, ma'am, finished fifth. 104.54. Race 9, last one, quarter horse maiden over the 300 yards. Fast track tailwind, scratch the also eligibles. 11, Mr. Birdman. 12, John Wayne B. 13, Favorite Sandbaggin. And 14, Jess Feisty, scratch the also eligibles. 8, well, a couple of overweights. The 4, Celtic Cartel, 5 over. 8, the Red Eagle Creek, 5 over. 9, Playfair, blinkers on the 9, Playfair. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time in 16 minutes at 6:17. Wednesdays are for winning. Today's Rachel's Warriors top 3. Steve Wallace taking home the top prize in today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors, picking up the $100 top prize today. Contest every Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis through the final month of the meet. $75 to Mike Lorenzano and Kirby Vaughn, $25 for third. Congratulations to this week's Racing Rachel's Warriors winners. And they're off. And top between horses, nearest the inside, High Summer with the red cap is vying for the early lead. Nearest the inside, Milady Sansa is just off of their heels, running in third. Echo Road is in fourth. Reading time in fifth. Yes, ma'am, in sixth. Black with the green hoops between fillies and tight quarters there. Extreme Dream on the far outside with a bid at the 3.5. Clay Basket toward the inside with Miss Control Freak as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. There comes Silver Pearls, who's racing outside of Miss Control Freak. Then farther back to Melodious, who's running in 11th, and Classy Cowtown Lady trails the dozen, the quarter 22.05 seconds. Here comes Top as they come past the quarter pole. Top with a bid, High Summer toward the inside. It's High Summer and Top together as they straighten up. There comes Echo Road toward the inside is Milady Sansa. 1 furlong to go. Top has taken the lead. It's Top in front from High Summer, who tries to kick on for the final 16th. Milady Sansa's third. Clay Basket in fourth. Yes Ma'am is in fifth, but they're close to home with Fernando de la Cruz, the daughter of Army Mule, and Top out to the maiden fillies ranks by 4. Milady Sansa was second. Third's close photo. High Summer with Clay Basket, who rallied. Yes Ma'am finished fifth.
well, we've come to the finale of the Wednesday card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And before we talk about the horses in this race, would like to congratulate Tim Eggleston on winning the first quarter horse race of the meet. That was yesterday afternoon, where he saddled Hoosier Eye Candy. Quite a nice turnaround for this gelding, who finished his 2-year-old campaign with a stumble. He dropped his rider, Eduardo Diaz, and basically you didn't know what to expect, but boy, he showed a lot of potential yesterday. Eduardo stayed on this time, and the two of them made a tremendous improvement from the end of last year. So congrats to them. And coming up, we have another quarter horse race. It's also a maiden, 300 yards. We do scratch all the also eligibles, but still have a nice field of 10. Whereas yesterday was registered Indiana breds, these horses are, this is an open race, so you're going to see stallions from all kinds of places around the country, and we've got some good horses involved. The other major difference from yesterday is the fact that most of those horses were coming off a pretty much extended layoff. Now, several of the horses in the field have already made a start this year. They raced at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. It's a track in Kentucky. For the third year has offered a sort of abbreviated quarter horse meet, but it's a great tune-up for these horses. And what we saw in the last couple of years was the horses that ran at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile came here and did extremely well in their first and second starts. So something to think about when you're looking at your past performances. Okay, so having said that, we're going to go to the paddock and take a look at a few of my choices, and I'll begin with number 9, and that's Play Fair. Ran second in a $24,000 maiden on March 17th at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile for trainer Tony Cunningham. It looks pretty solid today. This is a filly by Separate Interest, and she previously made 6 starts at Los Alamitos in California when she was in the barn of Valentin Zamudia. Now, the one thing about her, other than her prep at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile, is that she's bred by Steve Burns. He was AQHA champion trainer trainer breeder a couple of years ago, and he just absolutely breeds some sensational horses. So when I saw this last year, a lot of the Separate Interest horses won at Horseshoe Indy, and I think you'll see a lot more with this. So take a look at number 9. That's my top choice. All right, now we're going to move next to number 4, Celtic Cartel. Tim Eggleston might be going for his second in a row. This horse joined the barn of Tim this year after running a few times last summer, or maybe last fall, at Lone Star Park, which is right outside Dallas. Now, he was a $79,000 purchase at the Heritage Place Winter Mixed Sale. So his owners think that he's got some potential, and you're probably going to see that today. He had a good start, a good race at March 25th at Sandy Ridge, but he did have to overcome a little bit of a bump at the beginning. Anyway, ended up finishing a game second under Rolando Pena. So maybe all he needs is a good, clean break today. We'll see. All right, we'll go next to a long shot, and that's number 7, Cashin for the Cartel. Ran twice last year at Sam Houston Race Park in Houston, including a trial for the Sam Houston Futurity. Nothing came of that, and now he joins the barn of Natasha Perez. Now, I could go on and on about her, and I will in the future, but all I can say is she's a former rider and now an exceptional trainer over the last couple of years. Won the richest race of the Horseshoe Indy meet last season. And her go-to rider, Diego Bocanegra, is back. Unfortunately, he had a pretty tough accident in the paddock last August, but Natasha reports he's cleared by the doctors, ready to roll. Last season, this young man hit the board at 54%, so he's definitely a rider to watch in the upcoming season. And we're going to round up my top 4 with number 1, and that's Grand Fire GL. Returns off a 7-month layoff, but hit the board in his final 2 races here at Indy with respectable speed indexes. He's a 5-year-old son of Highest Cartel, and he's out of a thoroughbred mare, Grand Annie. Might need a little bit longer, but still a horse to look at today. He's trained by Guadalupe Arevalo. Didn't have a huge barn, but had quite a few of Price horses last year. All right, so we've got our top 4, and I do want to mention our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta yesterday paid $678 for the 10-cent wager. So if you're thinking about playing it today, I would recommend number 6, Relentless NME, really good pedigree, and ran second in his first race at the Red Mile. So that's it. We're going to go 9, 4, 7, 1, 6 if you want to play the Pentafecta. And just wishing you all a happy Easter, and we'll see you back here on Tuesday.
Quarter horse maiden stepping onto the track for the finale. Race 9 at 300 yards. Fast track tailwind, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Mr. Birdman. The 12, John Wayne B. 13, favorite Sandbaggin. And 14, Jess Feisty. Scratch the also eligibles. The 4, Celtic Cartel, 5 over. 8, the Red Eagle Creek plus 5 pounds. 9, Playfair. Blinkers on here in the maiden. Blinkers on 9, Playfair. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse, Pentafecta parading. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Grand Fire GL first in. Grand Fire GL uses the flipping halter. The Red Eagle Creek coming up. KLT first flying uses the flipping halter. KLT first flying has joined Grand Fire GL and the Red Eagle Creek. Play fair. The rider climbed off of Cashin for the Cartel. Diego Bocanegra climbing back on board the filly Cashin for the Cartel here in the maiden. Berry going in. Bidding up Celtic Cartel. Cashin for the Cartel getting fractious in the gate, and KLT first flying, thrashing about. Late scratch on the 3, KLT first fly-in by order of the stewards. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 300-yard start, scratch 3, KLT first fly-in. Maidens reloading at the 300-yard start. Grandfire GL rejoined by the Red Eagle Creek, and Playfair went back into the gate well. Cash in for the Cartel, uses a flipping halter. Buried coming back up toward the gate. Late scratch on 3, KLT. Furs flying, the 3 is a non-runner. Now, Celtic Cartel. Waiting for MG Kangora. Relentless Enemy and Astronaut will be last. One more. Astronaut. Just to close out opening week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Tuesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Central. Last of the day, 300 yards. They're in the gate. Off in the Wednesday finale, MG Kangora, the Gray Rockets away with Celtic Cartel. Nearest the inside, very erratic as Grandfire GL past the 220. Here comes a charge by Astronaut. It's Astronaut. And Astronaut to lead them home. Astronaut has won it from Relentless Enemy. Then Play Fair with Celtic Cartel, and MG Kangora was next across the finish. Number 10, Astronaut, was first. The judges examining photos before posting the remaining order of finish. Astronaut, Eduardo Luna Diaz, Tim Eggleston, winning our first 2 quarter horse dashes of the meet. It's Astronaut at 2-1. The judges have posted number 6, Relentless Enemy, second. Number 9, Playfair, third. Number 4, Celtic Cartel, fourth. And number 5, MG Kangora was fifth. 10-6, 9-4-5. Ninth race official, 15.311 for the 300 yards, 15.311. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 10, Astronaut, with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Astronaut is a 3-year-old sorrel filly, bred in California by Giddy Up, and a moonwalking by Walk Through Fire. Tim Eggleston trains for Stephen S. Brown. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Astronaut out of the maiden ranks. Clock 15.311. Fast Track Tailwind. Final results in. 10-6 exacta paid $69.60. 50-cent trifecta, $97.70. Celta Cartel fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 10-6-9-4 paid $68 and change. Final 50-cent pick 3 of the day, $30.45. Couple of doubles, 4-10 double, $66.20. Note that consolation 4-3 double, $8.60. Late scratch was on 3 KLT First Flyin'. And the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, 10-6-9-4-5. MG Kangoro ran 5th. The 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned $976.44. That concludes our live racing program for today to wrap up a 2-day opening week here at the Shoe. As noted, no live racing tomorrow, nor Friday, Saturday, Easter Sunday, nor Monday. Next live race card will be here on Tuesday, April 22nd. Post time on Tuesday will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget, you can always follow us on social media on X at HS Indy Racing. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Wednesday finale, MG Kangoro, the Gray Rockets away with Celtic Cartel. Nearest the inside, very erratic as Grandfire GL past the 220. Here comes a charge by Astronaut. It's Astronaut. And Astronaut to lead them home. Astronaut has won it from Relentless Enemy. Then Play Fair with